Hello again, my old friend. Tonight, we travel to medieval Ireland to hear a story almost lost to time. One of Ireland's first kings is both blessed and cursed. He is a shapeshifter, torn between worlds. As always, liking and subscribing would mean the world to me, as it'll help my story reach more people in need of a little magic. Now, cozy up and let's begin our journey. King Owen of Ossory sat upon his carved oaken throne. His golden circlet pressed his brow with familiar weight, yet an unseen burden settled deeper within his spirit. Sunlight streamed from the high-arched windows of his great hall. It painted shifting patterns on woven tapestries. These tapestries depicted the valiant deeds of his ancestors. Each thread was a testament to his sworn legacy. His kingdom was at peace. His people were content. Their harvests were bountiful. The laughter of children often echoed from cobbled courtyards below. By all accounts, Owen was a good king. He was a just king. His rule was as steady and fair as the slow-turning seasons. Yet, a profound and nameless melancholy clung to him. It was a shadow the brightest noontide sun could not entirely dispel. This longing of his was a quiet sorrow. It was an ache resonating in still moments. The demands of his station would recede then. He would be left alone with his thoughts. He often found himself gazing towards the great wood of Eldoria. It was a vast, dark expanse. Eldoria bordered the westernmost reaches of Ossory. Its ancient trees rose like silent, watchful sentinels. They stood against the often grey Irish sky. The wood was a place of old tales and whispered warnings. It was a realm where the mundane world was said to grow thin. Echoes of an older, wilder magic still lingered there. No Ossory king in living memory had ventured too deeply. Nor did the songs of bards, for 3 generations past, speak of such a king. None dared enter its shadowed heart. But for Owen, Eldoria held an irresistible fascination. It was a siren call. It tugged at some forgotten chord within his soul. From his earliest days, Owen felt this peculiar kinship with untamed places. He felt it even as a young prince. He learned the arts of war and governance. He learned under his father's stern but loving gaze. His peers found joy in the training yard's clamor. They enjoyed the feasting hall's boisterous camaraderie. Owen often sought the quiet solitude of riverbanks. he sought the hushed stillness of lesser groves fringing the kingdom. There, he felt a different kind of life thrumming around him. It was a silent language spoken by rustling leaves. It was spoken by the scurrying of unseen creatures. The sighing wind through branches also spoke it. He possessed senses sharper than those of other men. He could discern the faintest track upon the forest floor. He could hear a distant hawk's call as if it were at his ear. Sometimes, standing at Eldoria's edge, he almost felt the earth's ancient pulse. It seemed to beat slow and deep beneath his feet. This affinity was a secret comfort. It was also a source of his enduring restlessness. He loved his queen, Elara, with deep tenderness. She was the anchor of his heart. Their young son, Cian, was the bright promise of Ossory's future. Owen performed his duties with diligence. He sat in judgment with wisdom. He led his warriors with a courage that never wavered. But when the tapestries were drawn, the great hall fires burned low. When the castle sounds faded into the night's quiet breath, the whispers from Eldoria would return, beckoning him. They spoke of a freedom he could not name. They spoke of a wildness his spirit craved. They promised a belonging his gilded kingship could not provide, despite its honor. In his youth, he had tried to speak of it. He tried to articulate this strange pull to his tutors and his father. But his words had seemed clumsy and inadequate. They were often met with puzzled frowns. Sometimes he received gentle admonishments. He was told to focus on the tangible duties of a prince. So, he had learned to keep this part of himself hidden. It became a silent current running beneath his royal demeanor. The longing, however, did not diminish. It merely coiled deeper within him. It became a patient, waiting thing. On this particular morning, the call felt stronger than ever before. He had presided over the morning council. He had listened to petitioners and given his judgments. His mind performed these familiar tasks with practiced ease. But his gaze kept drifting to the western windows. It drifted to the distant dark line of Eldoria. Its peaks were shrouded in a soft, pearlescent mist. This mist seemed to beckon him forward. The air in the hall felt close. The weight of expectation felt almost suffocating. He needed to breathe. He needed to feel the wind on his face. He needed to walk where the only sounds were nature's own. When the council concluded, he summoned his captain. The captain of the guard was Enchanted. He was a grizzled warrior. His loyalty was as unyielding as ancient castle stones. Donacha, Owen said. His voice was calm, betraying none of the turmoil within. I find myself weary of these walls. Owen continued. I intend to ride out for a few days. Perhaps I will hunt in the western foothills. See that the queen and the prince are well cared for in my absence. Donica bowed. His expression was unquestioning, though a flicker of surprise might have crossed his weathered face. He was surprised at the king's sudden desire for a solitary excursion. As you command, my king, Donica replied. He then asked, Shall I assemble a hunting party? Owen shook his head. A faint smile touched his lips. No, my friend, Owen said gently. This is a journey I must make alone. He added, a king too sometimes needs solace. He needs the comfort of his own company and the quiet of the wild. Owen hoped his words sounded convincing. He hoped they suggested a plausible desire for royal reflection. He prayed it did not seem like a desperate answer to an inexplicable summons. Preparations were made with swift efficiency. His favorite steed was saddled. It was a strong gray stallion named Baru. A light pack with provisions for a few days was also prepared. Queen Elara met him in the courtyard. Her gentle eyes were filled with a soft concern. This concern always touched him deeply. She adjusted the clasp of his cloak. Her fingers lingered for a moment on his arm. Be careful, my love, she murmured. Her voice was a melody that usually soothed his restless heart. The western woods are old, Elara continued, and they are not always kind to those who wander too far. He leaned down and kissed her brow. He inhaled the faint scent of wildflowers that always clung to her hair. I will tread carefully, Elara, he promised, and I will return before the week is out. He looked towards young Kian. The boy was watching with wide, curious eyes. Owen offered his son a reassuring smile. Yet, a pang of an unnamed emotion tightened his chest. With a final nod to his queen and a wave to his son, Owen mounted Baru. He rode out from the castle gates. The cheers of the few gathered onlookers faded behind him. He did not look back. His gaze was fixed on the distant, dark silhouette of Eldoria. The ancient wood seemed to sing a silent song. It was a song only he could hear. The longing, now given rein, surged within him. It was a powerful tide pulling him towards an unknown destiny. It pulled him towards the heart of the mystery. This mystery had haunted his quietest moments for as long as he could remember. The sun was climbing high, but for King Owen, it felt as though he rode not into daylight. Instead, he rode into the deepening shadows of an ancient waiting enchantment. The air grew cooler. Sunlight became more dappled and diffuse. King Owen rode deeper into the embrace of the great wood of Eldoria. Boru, his loyal stallion, moved with a cautious, high-stepping gait. His ears swiveled, alert to myriad unseen rustlings. Sighs breathed through the ancient trees. The familiar sounds of the kingdom had long since faded. Distant lowing of cattle was gone. The faint clang of the smithy's hammer was gone. The cheerful calls of his people were gone. These sounds were replaced by a profound and echoing stillness. Here, the world seemed to hold its breath. Giant oaks intertwined their branches high above. Their bark was gnarled and thick as a warrior's shield. They formed a living canopy. This canopy filtered the sky into shifting mosaics of green and gold. Moss, soft and deep as richest velvet, carpeted the forest floor. It muffled Boru's hoofbeats. Ferns unfurled in delicate spirals from the shadowy undergrowth. The scent of damp earth filled Owen's nostrils. The scent of decaying leaves also filled them. The subtle, sweet perfume of unseen blossoms joined these scents. This perfume was both ancient and achingly familiar. It was like a fragrance from a half-forgotten dream. With every league he traveled, the subtle pull intensified. He had felt it for so long. It was no longer a mere whisper. It became a resonant hum. This hum seemed to vibrate through the very marrow of his bones. The forest was not empty, he realized. It was alive in a way he had never truly perceived before. It was a tapestry woven from countless threads of existence. Each creature, each plant, each sigh of wind was a vital part. They formed its immense, breathing whole. He felt less like an intruder. He felt more like a returning pilgrim. he was drawn towards a sacred, hidden heart. He made camp the first night by a clear, swiftly flowing stream. Its waters chuckled over smooth, moss-covered stones. The stars appeared through gaps in the canopy. They seemed impossibly bright. They were like chips of diamonds scattered across deepest indigo cloth. He ate little. His usual appetite was diminished. A strange sense of anticipation filled him. Sleep, when it came, was filled with fleeting images. He saw vast, moonlit landscapes. He saw the swift shadow of a running wolf. He saw eyes that glowed with an ancient, knowing light. On the second day, the character of the wood began to change. The trees grew older still. Their trunks were impossibly vast. Their upper branches were lost in a green twilight far above. The paths, such as they were, dwindled and vanished. Owen found himself guided more by an inner sense. He felt a feeling of rightness when choosing one faint animal track. Boru, though usually spirited, seemed to sense the deep antiquity. He moved with a hushed reverence. His breath clouded softly in the cool air. There were no sounds of birds here. There was no chatter of squirrels. Only the profound, resonating silence of centuries undisturbed remained. It was late in the afternoon of this second day. The light began to fail. Then he came upon it. It was a place unlike any he had ever seen. The trees parted, not abruptly. They parted as if respectfully making way. This revealed a hidden glade. The glade was circular and perfect. It was bathed in a soft, ethereal luminescence. This light seemed to emanate from no discernible source. In the center of the glade stood a single, ancient yew. Its branches spread wide, like supplicating arms. Its dark needles formed a stark contrast. They contrasted with luminous moss clinging to its trunk. Pale, star-like flowers grew in a perfect ring around its base. The air here was utterly still. Yet it was alive with a palpable energy. It held a sense of immense, slumbering power. Boru shied, his eyes wide. A low whicker of unease rumbled in his chest. Owen dismounted. His own heart pounded a strange rhythm against his ribs. He felt no fear. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe. He also felt a deep, resonant certainty. This was the place he had been seeking. It was the heart of the mystery that had called him for so long. He took a step into the glade. Then he took another. He was drawn forward as if by an invisible thread. As he neared the ancient yew, he noticed something at its base. It was nestled amongst the glowing flowers. A small, clear spring was there. Its waters bubbled gently from the earth. The waters were so pure. They seemed to capture and hold the faint light of the glade. Around the spring, faint carvings were on flat stones. They were almost hidden by the moss. He did not recognize the symbols, yet they spoke to him of immense age. They spoke of forgotten rites. A profound weariness suddenly washed over Owen. It was not of the body, but of the spirit. It felt as if his soul's long journey had finally reached its destination. He knelt by the spring. The cool, damp moss yielded beneath his knees. He felt an almost unbearable thirst. His throat was dry. No ordinary water could quench this dryness. Without conscious thought, he cupped his hands. He dipped them into the crystalline water. He brought it to his lips. The water was cold, shockingly so. Yet it did not chill him. Instead, as he drank, a sensation coursed through his veins. It was unlike anything he had ever known. It was not a burning, nor a freezing. It was a kind of unmaking, a dissolution. He felt his limbs grow heavy. Then they grew strangely light. The familiar contours of his own hands seemed to blur. His strong, calloused hands wavered before his eyes. A dizziness assailed him. The sounds of the forest receded. The faint rustle of leaves faded. The distant sigh of the wind also faded. These sounds were replaced by a rushing in his ears. It was like the sound of a great, indrawn breath. He closed his eyes. A cry caught in his throat. It was a mingling of terror and an inexplicable, wild elation. He felt his bones shifting, his muscles coiled and uncoiled in new and unfamiliar ways. His senses exploded. The scent of the damp earth became overwhelmingly vivid. The taste of the bark of the yew tree became intoxicatingly vivid. The feel of the wind through fur became vivid. his hearing sharpened to an almost painful degree. He caught the scurry of a mouse deep beneath the leaves. He heard the beat of an owl's wings high overhead. When the torrent of sensation subsided, he was trembling. He was panting on the mossy ground. He dared to open his eyes. He tried to push himself up. His limbs did not respond as they once had. He looked down at his hands, or he looked where his hands should have been. He saw instead paws. They were strong and covered in thick, tawny fur. They were tipped with dark, formidable claws. A wave of profound disorientation washed over him. He tried to speak. He tried to call out. But the only sound that emerged was a low, guttural whine. It tore from a throat no longer shaped for human words. With immense effort, he dragged himself towards the still, clear spring. He peered into its depths. The reflection that stared back was not that of King Owen of Ossory. It was not the ruler of men, beloved husband and father. It was the visage of a creature of the wild. It was a great wolf. Its fur was the color of the forest floor in autumn. Its powerful shoulders rippled with a strength he had never known. He had never known such strength in human form. Yet, in the depths of the creature's golden eyes, a spark flickered. It was something older, something lost. A bewildered, sorrowful intelligence was there. It was undeniably, heartbreakingly his own. The king was gone. In his place, the wolf of Eldoria stared back. It stared from the water's still surface. The ancient enchantment of the glade was now complete. A tremor ran through the great wolf's body. It was a shudder born not of cold. It came from a confusion so profound. This confusion threatened to shatter his very being. King Owen's mind was still reeling. It was within this new, powerful form. He struggled to reconcile the spring's reflection. He could not match it with the man he knew himself to be. This was not a dream. It was not a fleeting vision from the wood's solitude. This was real. It was as real as the damp moss beneath his paws. It was as real as the alien scent of his own furred hide. This scent now filled his heightened senses. He tried again to speak. He tried to voice his despair and bewilderment. but only a low, mournful howl escaped his lupine throat. The sound echoed through the unnaturally silent glade. It was alien and chilling, even to his own ears. Panic, cold and sharp, began to pierce through. It cut through the fog of his disorientation. Ilara, Cian, his people. He had to return. He had to show them. He had to make them understand. This monstrous transformation was a terrible mistake. It was an enchantment that could surely be undone. With a surge of desperate resolve, he pushed himself up. He stood on his 4 powerful paws. Movement felt strange. It was a new and unfamiliar rhythm. His limbs were longer and more sinewed. They carried him with an effortless grace. Yet every step brought a fresh wave of cognitive dissonance. The world looked different from this lower vantage. It smelled different. It felt different. Subtle air currents brought him 1,000 new messages. He perceived the scent of distant rain. He smelled the fierce scent of a rabbit in a thicket. He sensed the unique musk of every tree and stone. Driven by desperate urgency, he turned from the enchanted glade. The memory of the clear spring already felt like a distant, terrible dream. He had to get back to the castle. He needed familiar faces. He needed the world where he was King Owen. He was not this wild thing. He broke into a run. The powerful muscles of his new body worked with instinct. He did not consciously command them. They carried him through the undergrowth with great speed. His human form could never have such agility. The forest had seemed so vast and ancient on his journey in. Now, it felt like a cage he had to escape. He ran for what felt like hours. He pushed past the burning exhaustion in his unfamiliar muscles. He was driven by the image of Ilara's gentle face. Cian's innocent smile also drove him. The sun began to dip below the horizon. It cast long, eerie shadows through the trees. The woods came alive with night sounds. These sounds now held a new, more personal significance. He could hear the rustle of unseen creatures. He heard the hoot of an owl. He heard the distant, answering howl of another wolf. This sound sent an involuntary shiver through him. It was a shiver of both fear and strange, unwelcome resonance. The first pale light of dawn filtered through the canopy. He recognized the outskirts of Eldoria. The trees thinned. Through a break in foliage, he saw familiar rolling hills. These hills led towards the heart of Ossory. Hope, fragile but fierce, surged within him. He was close. He slowed his pace. He approached the fields and pastures beyond the forest's edge. The scent of wood smoke and livestock was once commonplace. It now struck his heightened senses with overwhelming intensity. He saw a shepherd with his flock. It was a familiar figure, old Tig. Tig had served Owen's father before him. A whine caught in his throat. It was meant to be a greeting, a plea. Owen trotted towards him. Tig looked up. His weathered face was creased with the morning sun. His eyes widened. First, they showed surprise. Then, they showed stark terror. He fumbled for his crook. His voice was a hoarse shout. "A wolf!" Tig shouted. "A great wolf, by the saints! Away, beast, away from my flock!" He swung the crook wildly. His fear was a palpable wave. It struck Owen with the force of a blow. Owen recoiled. He was confused and hurt. This was Tig. Tig had bounced him on his knee as a child. He whined again, a sound of pleading. He tried to convey his identity, but it only seemed to fuel the shepherd's terror. Other farmhands came running. They were alerted by Tig's cries. They were armed with pitchforks and stones. "It's a monster," one cried. "Look at the size of it." Another shouted, "Drive it back to the woods. Protect the sheep." Fear, sharp and bitter, now mingled with Owen's confusion. He was not a monster. He was their king. But they advanced. Their faces were grim. Their makeshift weapons were raised. He saw no recognition in their eyes. He saw only hostility and primal fear of the wild beast. With a yelp of despair, he turned and fled. Their shouts and barking dogs chased him. They chased him back towards the sanctuary of the trees. He did not stop until he was deep within the woods again. His chest was heaving. His heart was a wild drum against his ribs. the rejection was a cold stone in his gut. They had not seen him. They had seen only a wolf. Yet he could not give up. He had to reach the castle. Elara would know him. Donica would know him. They had to. Under the cover of the next night, he moved like a shadow. He skirted villages and farms. He made his way towards his own fortress. Its stone towers rose stark against the moonlit sky. The journey was agonizing. Every scent of home was a fresh stab of longing. Every distant sound from the castle walls also pained him. He reached the outer bailey. He slinked through the shadows. His heart was pounding. He saw sentries pacing the walls. Their forms were familiar. He recognized young Liam. Liam was a lad he had knighted himself last spring. He crept closer. He kept to the darkest patches. He let out a soft, tentative whine. He tried to imbue it with all his recognition and desperation. Liam started. He peered into the darkness. "Who goes there?" Liam called. "Halt." His voice was sharp with alarm. Another sentry joined him. His spear was leveled. The sentry asked, "What is it, Liam?" Liam replied, "Thought I heard something, Sergeant." A growl, maybe. Or a dog." Owen whined again, a little louder. It was a desperate plea. "There," Liam pointed, "by the old well." He cried, "Gods, it's a wolf. And a huge one. Sound the alarm." The cry went up. Torches flared on the battlements. The clang of a warning bell echoed through the night. More guards appeared. Arrows were nocked. Spears were glinting. Owen watched in horror. The place he called home turned into a fortress against him. The people he had sworn to protect now opposed him. He saw figures moving in the torchlight. They were within the castle yard. Donica's familiar, sturdy form shouted orders. And then his heart constricted. Elara. He saw her briefly at a high window. Her face was pale in the torchlight. She looked out with fear and concern. If only he could reach her. If only he could make her see. But it was impossible. Every instinct screamed at him to flee. This included both human and newly lupine instincts. He was trapped in this form. He was an alien creature in his own land. He let out a howl of pure, undiluted anguish. The sound tore through the night. It made the torches on the walls flicker. King Owen, the wolf of Ossory, turned. He melted back into the shadows of the woods. He left behind his life. He left behind his love. He left behind the very identity stolen in Eldoria's heart. The gates of his own kingdom were closed to him. His long 7-year exile had begun. The forest became Owen's unwilling sanctuary. It was once a place of solace and whispered invitation. Now it was his vast and lonely prison. His transformation's initial shock slowly gave way. The raw pain of rejection from his own people also faded. A more pressing, primal concern emerged. Survival. The wolf's instincts, dormant yet potent, began to surface. They were not a conscious thought. They were an undeniable current pulling him. He was pulled towards the necessities of this new wild existence. Hunger became a sharp, gnawing reality. He had only known hunger in the abstract as king. His tables were always laden then. His human memories of feasting were now a cruel mockery. Warm bread and roasted meats were distant thoughts. The king's palate was useless to the wolf. His first hunting attempts were clumsy. They were born more of human reasoning than animal instinct. He would track a deer. His mind still tried to strategize like a warrior. His lupine body reacted with uncontrollable speed and power. This often sent his prey bolting in terror. He was rarely within striking distance. He learned quickly. A knight's direct charge was ill-suited to a predator's patient stalk. Exhaustion, too, was a new and bitter companion. The nights were cold. The forest floor offered little comfort. Moss and leaves did not protect against the damp chill. This chill seeped into his fur. He would curl beneath ancient oak roots. Sometimes he found shelter in a rocky outcrop's shallow lee. He listened to the night sounds. These sounds were now imbued with constant, low vigilance. Every snap of a twig sent a jolt through him. Every distant owl's call alerted him. His ears swiveled. His nose tested the wind for any hint of danger. The king who slept soundly in a guarded chamber was gone. He now knew the fitful, wary rest of a hunted creature. Loneliness was perhaps the heaviest burden. In his human life, Owen had known solitude. He had even sought it out. But this was different. This isolation was so profound. It felt like a physical wound. He was a king without a court. He was a husband without his wife. He was a father without his son. He was a man without his voice. He would see squirrels chattering in branches. He saw badger families emerging at dusk. He even saw pairs of foxes trotting companionably. A pang of something akin to envy would pierce his wild heart. They belonged in their simple, instinctual way. They belonged to a world that now forever excluded him. Sometimes an unbearable ache drove him. He would venture to Eldoria's very edge. He hid in the deepest shadows. He gazed out across Ossory's familiar landscape. He would see distant, hazy smoke from his castle's chimneys. It was a faint smudge against the horizon. It represented everything he had lost. He imagined Ilara walking in the gardens. Her gentle face would be touched with sorrow. He imagined Cian growing taller. The boy would ask for the father who had vanished. The pain of these silent vigils was almost unbearable. Yet, he could not stay away. He was drawn by his former life's fading echoes. His senses, though, were a constant source of wonder. They were a dizzying kaleidoscope of information. His human mind was slowly learning to interpret it. The world was a richer, more vibrant place. It was seen through a wolf's eyes, ears, and nose. He could scent water from miles away. He could distinguish individual tracks of many creatures. He could hear an approaching storm's whisper. He heard it long before the first clouds gathered. The forest floor was once just ground beneath his boots. It was now a complex map of scents and textures. Each told a story. This new awareness was a small, wild joy. It was a fleeting compensation for all that had been taken. Slowly, painfully, wolf instincts asserted themselves more strongly. They overlaid the king's confused thoughts. He learned to move with greater silence. He learned to use the wind to his advantage. He learned to read subtle signs of prey. His first successful hunt was a young, unwary rabbit. It was caught in a desperate, lightning-fast chase. This filled him not with a warrior's triumph. It filled him with a wolf's grim satisfaction. It was a primal appeasement of his driving hunger. He ate quickly, rawly. The taste of blood and flesh was alien yet necessary. The act itself further severed him from the king he had been. Days bled into weeks. His human grief's sharp edges began to dull. They did not disappear. They were covered by his wolfish existence's immediate demands. He learned other predators' territories. He learned hidden paths to water. He learned where deer grazed at dawn. He became a creature of shadow and moonlight. His tawny fur blended with the undergrowth. His golden eyes missed little. Yet, King Owen's mind was not entirely subsumed. In quiet moments, memories would return. This happened when his belly was full. It happened when no immediate danger threatened. He would remember Alara's hand's warmth in his. He remembered Cian's weight in his arms. He remembered laughter in his great hall. He would look at his own furred paws. He felt a wave of bewilderment. He felt trapped in a body not his own. Yet, it was now the only one he possessed. He was a solitary wolf. No pack would accept this creature. He smelled subtly of man. He carried a human soul's sorrow in his eyes. So, he roamed Eldoria's vastness alone. He was a king in exile. He was a wolf with a broken heart. He learned to listen to the wild heart's first faltering beats. The seasons began their slow, inexorable turn. This marked the first of his 7 long years in the wilderness. The first winter in Eldoria descended with a biting chill. It dusted the ancient trees with a fine layer of frost. The frost glittered like scattered diamonds in pale, weak sunlight. For Owen, the Wolf King, it was a season of stark survival. His thick fur offered some protection against the cold. But hunger was a more constant, gnawing companion. Prey grew scarce. The forest floor hardened underfoot. The vibrant tapestry of scents he knew was now muted. It was sharpened only by the crisp, clean smell of snow. The acrid tang of wood smoke from distant hearths also sharpened it. These hearths were inaccessible. He had grown leaner and harder. His movements were economical. They were stripped of any lingering human hesitation. The king's memories, though still present, were like faded tapestries. They were viewed through a veil of more immediate, primal concerns. Yet, the loneliness remained. It was a hollow ache. The deepest snows could not numb it. The fiercest wind could not blow it away. He would often find himself on a high ridge. He overlooked the plains of Ossory. He was a solitary, furred silhouette. He stood against the bruised purple of the winter sky. He watched the faint lights of his lost kingdom. His gaze was unblinking and sorrowful. It was during one such vigil. A particularly harsh blizzard began to ease. It left the forest cloaked in heavy, muffling silence. He sensed something new then. His ears, ever alert, twitched. They picked up a sound. It was not the sigh of wind through branches. It was not the scurry of a hidden creature. It was a sound of distress. It was a low, intermittent whimpering. It carried a note of pain. It also carried something else. Something strangely familiar. Caution was now a deeply ingrained instinct. It warred with a flicker of kingly compassion. This compassion still resided within his wolfish heart. He moved slowly, a shadow gliding over new snow. He moved downwind from the sound. His golden eyes scanned the landscape. The whimpering led him to a sheltered hollow. It was almost a shallow cave. It was formed by a fallen giant oak's gnarled roots. Its entrance was partially obscured by snow-laden holly bushes. Peering into the gloom, Owen saw movement. Another wolf lay there. Its form was indistinct in the dim light, but the scent reaching him was subtly different. It was different from Eldoria's wild wolves. There was an undertone. It was faint, but discernible to his heightened senses. It was something else. It resonated with his own being's strange duality. The wolf within the hollow was clearly injured. One of its hind legs was twisted unnaturally. Dark stains on nearby snow spoke of a wound. As Owen watched, the creature lifted its head. Its eyes met his. They were not the purely wild amber gaze of an ordinary wolf. They held a depth of suffering. They held a flicker of intelligent awareness. This made Owen's breath catch in his throat. Hesitantly, Owen let out a soft, low whine. It was a sound meant to convey sympathy, not threat. The injured wolf tensed. A low growl rumbled in its chest. But it did not try to rise or attack. It seemed to be assessing him. Its gaze was intense and searching. Then, to Owen's profound astonishment, a voice emerged. It came from the wolf. It was not a bark or a howl. It was human words. Though rasped and weak, they formed a strange blend. It was a blend of lupine growl and articulate speech. Who approaches? The voice said. Each word was an effort. Friend, or another hunter to finish what the trap started. Owen froze. His mind was reeling. Another like him? Another soul trapped between forms, between worlds? The possibility was so staggering. For a moment, he could only stare. He tried to form words. Only a frustrated, questioning bark emerged. The curse, or enchantment, holding him seemed to lock his human speech. It locked it when he was in this form. This happened even if his thoughts remained. The injured wolf seemed to understand his predicament. A sigh escaped its muzzle. It was almost human in its weariness. Ah, it said. So you too walk this shadowed path. Another soul bound to the fur and fang. With a human heart still beating within. Owen whined again. It was a sound filled with a desperate need to communicate. He took a cautious step closer. The injured wolf watched him. Its pain-filled eyes softened slightly with dawning understanding. I am, or I was, called Maeve, the wolf woman rasped. Owen could now discern a subtle femininity. He saw it in the voice and the creature's lines. And my companion, my Liam, Maeve continued. He did not survive the winter's start. A wave of fresh grief seemed to wash over her. Her voice broke. Owen felt a pang of shared sorrow. He moved closer still. An instinct to offer comfort warred with his wild nature's caution. He lay down a short distance away. His head was on his paws. It was a posture of non-aggression. Maeve watched him for a long moment. Then she continued, her voice thin. We are from the southern lands, not born to this fate, a curse laid upon our village generations ago. It was by a vengeful hermit whose sacred grove was disturbed. Every 7 years, 2 are chosen. 7 years in this form, an exile from humankind. If we survive, we may return. If not, she did not finish the sentence, but the desolation in her eyes spoke volumes. 7 years. The words echoed in Owen's mind like a thunderclap. 7 years. Was that the term of his own banishment? The thought was terrible in its length. Yet it also carried a tiny, almost unbearable spark of hope. An end. A possibility of return. He had assumed his transformation was permanent. He thought it a final, irreversible descent into the wild. He looked at Maeve. A new urgency was in his gaze. He whined, a sound filled with unvoiced questions. She seemed to understand. Yes. 7 years, she affirmed. Her voice was weary. If the forest does not claim you first, if the hunters do not find you, if the hunger and the cold do not break your spirit. She looked at her injured leg. Or if a carelessly set trap does not seal your fate. Owen felt profound empathy for this fellow sufferer. He nudged a piece of frozen rabbit towards her. He had caught it earlier. He moved it with his snout. It was a meager offering, but all he had. Maeve looked at it. Then she looked back at him. A flicker of gratitude was in her pain-clouded eyes. Thank you, brother of the shadow, she whispered. Few would show such kindness to a rival, or to one so clearly marked by misfortune. She ate a little, slowly, with difficulty. Owen stayed with her as light faded from the forest. He was a silent, furred sentinel. He learned more of her story. He pieced it together from her rasped words. His own intuitive understanding helped. She and Liam had been 2 years into their 7-year exile. Then he had perished. She had been alone for months. Her injury was recent. Her hope was dwindling. For the first time since his transformation, Owen did not feel entirely alone. Here was another soul. She understood the torment of a human mind trapped in a beast's form. She understood the agony of being an outcast from both worlds. Her presence, her story, though tragic, offered him a sliver of context. It gave context to his own suffering. It offered the first tangible hope of an end to his exile. This hope was distant. It was an end to his 7-year exile. The winter night was still cold. The forest was still vast and unforgiving. But a tiny, fragile seed of endurance had been planted. It was planted in the wild heart of the Wolf King. The encounter with Maeve left a mark on Owen's spirit. The wolf woman's knowledge reshaped his despair. His transformation might not be eternal damnation. It was a trial with a finite, agonizingly long duration. 7 years. This did not lessen daily hardships or constant vigilance. It did not lessen the profound ache of his lost life. But it kindled a tiny, resilient ember of purpose. It burned within his exile's vast wilderness. Before, he had merely endured. Now, he began to truly survive. A distant, almost imperceptible star of hope guided his weary pause. He stayed with Maeve for several days. He shared what little food he could find. He offered silent companionship. They were fellow travelers in a cursed land. Her leg was badly broken. It was beyond her current form's mending capabilities. It was also beyond his. He understood with a heavy heart. Her chances of surviving winter were slim. Her chances of surviving her remaining transformation years were also slim. He could only offer the solace of presence. He offered a shared understanding needing no human words. One morning, he found her still and cold. Her pain-filled eyes were finally closed in lasting peace. He sat with her for a long while. A low, mournful keen rumbled in his chest. Before, he nudged snow and leaves over her still form. It was a wolf's simple burial for a sister in shadow. Her parting gift to him was the knowledge of 7 years. She had not known it would be a gift. It became his mantra. It was a silent count he kept with turning moons. He kept it with shifting seasons. He was more cautious now, more cunning, reckless despair had sometimes driven him to foolish risks. This was tempered by new, fragile hope. He had years to endure. Endure them he would. The forest of Eldoria remained his domain. He learned its secret ways. He learned its hidden glades and deepest shadows. He became a master of evasion. His senses were so finely honed. He could often detect approaching hunters or woodcutters. He sensed them long before they were a threat. He would melt away like mist into the undergrowth. Local folk lived on Eldoria's fringes. They began to speak of a great, elusive wolf. It was larger and more cunning than any they had known. Some said its eyes glowed with unnatural intelligence. Others whispered it moved with a phantom speed. Tales of its presence began to weave into local lore. Livestock was mysteriously spared when it was near. Lost children were found frightened, but unharmed on the forest edge. They did not know it was their lost king. But a legend was taking root. It was the legend of Eldoria's great protector wolf. Back in Ossory's castle, time moved differently. Queen Alara's initial frantic grief had slowly settled. It became a quiet, enduring sorrow. She never spoke of Ian as truly gone. She spoke of him as lost. He was somewhere beyond their reach. Young Cian grew from a child into a boy. He often asked for the father he barely remembered. His questions met his mother's gentle, evasive answers. They also met the court's somber silence. King Fáelad, Owen's brother, ruled with a heavy heart. He had reluctantly taken up the regency. He missed Owen's counsel and strength. Most of all, he missed his companionship. He would often send search parties into the western woods. He clung to the faintest hope. They always returned empty-handed. They brought only hushed tales of an unusually large wolf. It was an intelligent wolf. It seemed to watch them from shadows before vanishing. Fáelad was a pragmatic man. He dismissed these as fanciful tales. He thought them born of fear and forest gloom. Yet, a small, unacknowledged part of him wondered. Owen, in his wolf form, sometimes saw these search parties. He would watch from a high, hidden crag. His heart twisted with a familiar pang of longing. He recognized Ossory's banners. He recognized faces of men he had once led. He yearned to reveal himself. He yearned to cry out his name, but the memory of their fear, their weapons, was too stark. And what could he offer them in this form? He was a king in spirit only. His crown was replaced by a shaggy mane. His scepter was replaced by the need to hunt and survive. He could only watch. He was a silent, unseen guardian. He ensured no true harm befell them in his wild domain. They would then retreat, frustrated and disheartened. The years began to blur. Spring brought temporary reprieve. The forest burst with new life. Prey was more plentiful. Summer followed with long, languid days. Nights were filled with the chorus of insects. Autumn painted Eldoria in hues of gold and crimson. It was his favorite season, even as a man. The crisp air invigorated his wolfish senses. Then winter would return, stark and challenging. It was a test of his resilience. Through it all, the Count continued. 1 year passed, then 2. His human sorrow's raw edges began to soften. It was not through forgetting. It was through a strange kind of integration. The wolf and the king within him were no longer entirely separate. They were not warring entities. He moved with the wolf's grace and instinct, but his eyes held the king's deep, reflective wisdom. He hunted with the wolf's cunning, but sometimes, standing over his kill, a wave of compassion washed over him. It was the king's old compassion. It was a brief, poignant memory of a life where sustenance did not require such a raw, immediate taking. He learned to read the sky and the wind. He learned the subtle shifts in the forest's mood. He knew the bird's secret language. He knew warning calls that signaled danger. He knew contented chirps that spoke of peace. He became a part of Eldoria's ancient rhythm. He was a wild, solitary king of a silent, furred kingdom. He was Laignech Fáelad, the man who shifted into wolf shapes, the first of his kind. He did not yet know this name. One day it would be whispered in awe and fear. He was simply the exile. He was the wolf with a human heart. He was patiently, enduringly counting the moons. He counted until the 7th year would finally turn. Whispers of his presence began to drift from forest edges. Strange tales of the great wolf were carried on the wind. They reached the very gates of the castle. A queen still waited there. A young prince was growing into his father's likeness. He barely knew this father. The 6th winter of Ian's exile was the harshest. Snow lay thick and unrelenting upon the forest floor. It was a vast, white blanket. It smothered Eldoria's familiar scents and sounds. It transformed Eldoria into a landscape of stark, silent beauty. It was also a landscape of unforgiving cold. Game was scarce. Gnawing hunger became a constant companion. It was a dull ache. Even the thickest fur could not entirely ward it off. Many nights, Owen huddled in the deepest thickets. The wind howled through bare branches. It sounded like mournful cries of lost souls. His own breath misted in the frigid air. He conserved every spark of warmth. Yet, the approaching 7th year's knowledge was a fire. It burned in his heart through biting winds and deep snows. It was a beacon against the desolation. Only one more cycle of seasons remained. One more turn of the sun and moon. Then his enchantment's term might finally end. Maeve had foretold this. This thought alone fueled his weary limbs. It sharpened his dulled senses. It pushed him through days of overwhelming despair. He sometimes wanted to lie down and let snow cover him. Spring finally began to breathe its first tentative life. It breathed back into the frozen forest. A restlessness took hold of Éowyn. It was unlike any he had felt since his transformation. It was not the old, sorrowful longing for his lost kingdom. It was a new, more urgent pull. It was an instinct drawing him closer to Eldoria's borders. It drew him towards the lands of men. He found himself patrolling the wood's very edges. His golden eyes often fixed on Ossory's distant fields. They watched Ossory's pathways. He was a silent, unseen watcher. It was during one of these patrols. It was a cool, mist-laden morning. His heightened senses picked up something amiss. It was not a familiar hunter's scent. It was not a woodcutter's scent. It was the acrid tang of fear. It was sharp and distressing. It was carried on the breeze from a copse of trees. The copse was just beyond the forest's true boundary. Mingled with it was a lamb's faint, panicked bleating. Low, guttural snarls of something else also mingled. They were not wolves of Eldoria. He knew their scent and sounds intimately. These were a pair of leaner, hungrier, more desperate creatures. Perhaps they were feral dogs. Perhaps they were wolves driven from their own territory. Their hunger made them bold and reckless. A low growl rumbled in Owen's chest. In his human life, protecting his people was his sacred duty. Protecting their livelihoods was also his duty. That instinct had not entirely vanished. It was overlaid by 7 years in the wild. He moved swiftly. He was a silent, tawny shadow flitting through trees. He moved towards the disturbance's source. He emerged at the copse's edge. He saw a scene of unfolding danger. A young shepherd boy stood terrified. He was no older than Owen's son Cian would be now. His small wooden crook was held defensively before him. 2 gaunt, snarling wolves slowly circled him. Their ribs showed. Their eyes were alight with feral hunger. A single, bleating lamb cowered at his feet. The boy was trapped. His back was against a thicket. His face was pale with fear. Ian could almost taste this fear on the air. For a moment, the Wolf King hesitated. To interfere was to risk revealing himself. It meant inviting men's terror and pursuit once more. But the sight of the boy's small, trembling form struck a chord. The raw fear in his wide eyes resonated. It struck deep within King Owen's buried heart. This was a child of Ossory. He was one of his people. Ian burst from the tree line with a sudden explosive snarl. His snarl was far deeper and more resonant. It was deeper than the attacking wolves' snarls. He was a vision of primal power. He was larger than any wolf the boy had seen. He was larger than any wolf the feral creatures had seen. His fur bristled. His golden eyes blazed with controlled fury. He did not attack the boy. He placed himself directly between the child and the 2 predators. The 2 feral wolves were startled by this formidable apparition. They skidded to a halt. Their snarls died into wary growls. They sensed immediately this was no ordinary forest creature. There was an authority in his stance. There was power in the very air around him. It spoke of a dominant alpha. It spoke of a king of this wild domain. Ian let out another deep, chest-rattling growl. It was a clear warning. He took a single, deliberate step forward. His fangs were bared. They were not bared in mindless aggression. They showed unshakable resolve. The message was unmistakable. This prey was protected. The feral wolves, after a moment of tense, uncertain posturing, broke first. Their courage clearly failed them. They faced this larger, more intimidating presence. With tucked tails and submissive whimpers, they turned. They bolted back into the deeper woods. They disappeared from whence they had come. Owen stood his ground. He waited until their scent faded on the wind. Then, slowly, his neck's bristling fur subsided. He turned his great head. He looked at the shepherd boy. The child was still frozen. His eyes were wide as saucers. He stared at the giant wolf that had just saved him. The crook had fallen from his nerveless fingers. Owen held the boy's gaze for a long moment. He could see the terror still there. But now it mingled with dawning awe. It mingled with bewildered gratitude. He let out a soft, almost inaudible whine. The sound held no threat. It held only a strange, ancient reassurance. Then, as silently as he had appeared, he turned. He melted back into Eldoria's shadows. He left the boy and his lamb unharmed. The shepherd boy finally found his voice. He stumbled back to his village with a wild tale. He told of a monstrous, yet noble guardian wolf. It was a spirit of the forest. It had driven off his attackers. His story was initially met with skepticism. It soon joined the growing chorus of whispers. They whispered about Eldoria's great, mysterious wolf. It was a creature that seemed to watch Ossory's borders. It was a silent protector whose motives remained unknown. Unseen, unheard by human ears, Owen continued his vigil. The encounter had stirred something within him. It was a flicker of his old kingly self, the protector. The 7th year was drawing nearer with every sunrise. It drew nearer with every moonrise. He did not know what its end would bring. He did not know if Maeve's tale of return held true for him. But as he roamed his wild kingdom, he carried hope. He was a shadow among shadows. He carried not only his own salvation's hope, he also carried the resurgent, instinctual duty to watch over his land. He watched over the people he had once called his own. He was a king still. He was king in the deepest, most untamed corners of his wolfish heart. The 7th summer of Owen's exile burned with peculiar intensity. Days were long and heavy. Nights were filled with restless, expectant energy. This energy resonated deep within his wolfish form. The forest of Eldoria itself seemed to hold its breath. Ancient trees stood like silent witnesses. They witnessed the culmination of a long, arduous trial. Owen felt the change within him. It was a subtle shift in his being's balance. The wolf's sharp, immediate instincts were still there. But the king's memories and consciousness began to surface. They had long been submerged. They surfaced with greater clarity. They brought a wave of poignant, bittersweet longing. This longing was sharper than any physical hunger he had endured. He found himself drawn back towards the hidden glade. An invisible current seemed to pull him. His transformation had begun there. The journey was not one of frantic hope. It was a quiet, solemn pilgrimage. He moved through Eldoria's familiar shadows. He moved with the grace of a creature born to them. Yet, his golden eyes held a depth of reflection. It spoke of the human soul still very much alive within. He carried the weight of 7 years in the wild. These were years of solitude and survival. They were years of listening to the earth's silent language. It had etched profound wisdom onto his spirit. It was an evening when the moon hung full and silver. It hung in the late summer sky. Its light filtered down in ethereal shafts. It passed through the dense canopy. He reached the enchanted glade then. It was unchanged. The ancient yew stood sentinel. The star-like flowers bloomed around its base. The small, clear spring bubbled softly. Its waters still captured the place's faint, otherworldly luminescence. As Owen stepped into the glade, a tremor ran through him. It was a sensation both memory and premonition. He approached the spring. His heart was a heavy drum against his ribs. He looked into its still surface. The great, tawny wolf's reflection stared back. Its eyes burned with a familiar, intelligent light. This was the face he had worn for 7 years. This form had been both his prison and his teacher. He did not know what to expect. Would an otherworldly being appear? Or would the enchantment simply end? He only knew the 7 years were complete. He knew by his careful count of moons and seasons. He lowered his great wolfish head. With a sense of solemn ritual, he drank once more. He drank from the spring's crystalline waters. The sensation was the reverse of what he had experienced. It was the reverse of his experience so long ago. It was not an unmaking, but a reforming. Warmth spread through his limbs. It was not the wolf's wild heat. It was a gentler human warmth. He felt his bones shift, his muscles subtly realigned. The world had been a symphony of heightened senses. It began to soften. The intensity receded. The overwhelming flood of scents and sounds dimmed. It dimmed to a more familiar human perception. He closed his eyes. He surrendered to the change. A profound weariness settled over him. It was the weariness of a long journey finally ending. When he opened them again, he saw his own hands. They were human hands. They were scarred and weathered from years of kingship. Yet, they were undeniably his. He flexed his fingers. A sense of wonder, almost disbelief, washed over him. He touched his face. He felt the unfamiliar smoothness of human skin. He felt the shape of his own jaw. He was Owen again. He stood, his human legs unsteady at first. They had been unused for so long. He looked at his reflection in the spring. King Owen stared back. He was older now. His dark hair was streaked with silver threads at the temples. His face was etched with hardship's lines. It was etched with a wisdom not there 7 years prior. But his eyes held the most profound change. They were eyes of a man who had looked into the wild's heart. He had known the beast's solitude and exile's sorrow. Yet he had returned. They held a depth of understanding. They held a quiet compassion. They held a connection to the natural world. No king before him had ever possessed this connection. He was clad in tattered remnants of clothes. These were the clothes he had worn into the forest. They had long since been ravaged by time and elements. This happened during his wolfish existence. He was gaunt, but his frame was still strong. It was imbued with a lean, resilient power. A sound made him turn. Standing at the glade's edge was a figure he knew. It was as if drawn by the ancient magic's shift. It was not an otherworldly being. It was his own brother, Fáelad. Fáelad now himself bore care's lines. These came from 7 years of regency. With him were 2 of Owen's most loyal, aging guards. Their faces were etched with disbelief. A dawning, incredulous hope showed on their faces. They had been on one last, almost hopeless patrol. An instinct they could not explain drew them. It drew them towards Eldoria's forbidden heart. "Owen," Fáelad whispered. His voice was hoarse. His eyes were wide as he took in the man before him. He was so changed, yet so undeniably his brother. "By all the saints, is it truly you?" Owen looked at his brother. A slow smile spread across his face. It was the first true human smile to grace his lips in 7 years. He could speak. The words felt strange. They were a little clumsy on his tongue after so long. But they came. "It is I, brother," he said. His voice was deeper, rougher than he remembered. But it was his own. The reunion was one of tears and clasped hands. It was one of questions and answers. These would take days to unfold. They fashioned a makeshift cloak for him. Fáelad and his guards supported him. King Éowyn walked out of the great wood of Eldoria. He left the enchanted glade to its ancient silence. His return to Ossory's castle was met with stunned disbelief. Then, overwhelming joy followed. Queen Ilara had never truly lost hope. She wept as she embraced the husband she thought lost. She thought him lost to her forever. Cian was now a tall youth on manhood's cusp. He stared at this weathered, wise-eyed stranger. This stranger was his father. A strange mix of awe filled him. A dawning, deep-seated recognition also filled him. King Owen of Ossory resumed his throne. But he was not the same man who had left it. He was not the same man from 7 years before. The restless longing that once plagued him was gone. It was replaced by profound inner peace. A deep, unwavering connection to his land replaced it. He was connected to both its cultivated fields and its wild heart. He ruled with a wisdom from the earth itself. His judgments were fair. His compassion was boundless. He understood his people's struggles. He also understood the beast's silent language. He understood nature's ancient rhythms. He decreed Eldoria's great wood a sacred place. It was to be respected and largely left undisturbed. Its secrets were to be kept safe. He often walked its borders. He was no longer an exile. He was a king who understood its power and mystery. Sometimes, on the stillest nights, when the moon was full, those who lived nearby would swear they saw their king. He stood at the forest's edge. His gaze was turned inwards. He seemed to listen to whispers on the wind, whispers only he could hear. Eldoria's great wolf legend faded somewhat. It was replaced by an even more wondrous tale. The tale of the king who vanished into the wild. He returned 7 years later. He was wiser and more deeply connected to his kingdom. But Owen never forgot his time as Fáelad, the wolf. It was a part of him. It was a wild, secret strength. It was a reminder of the thin veil between worlds. And so, he ruled Ossory. He ruled not just as a king of men. He ruled as a king who was also forever the forest's son.